basically the only Harris state I've seen. This and Wisconsin. So far. understanding it was Love's. Sean was supposed to have sent me some kind of article or video or something, but I didn't get it from him. Somebody must be doing that. Back there behind the scooters. Coffee Drive Road.
Use the left 2 lanes to turn left to stay on US 151 South. Continue on US 151 South for 7 miles.
a repo. last month also it happened. Yeah, it's just somebody being a dick. Gonna get them murdered if the wrong person comes along. style sandwich. No pickles. It's like a peanut butter and green bean sandwich. Welcome back, Chris. Again.
Oh my God, it's your wife calling.
I'm ready. That's right, no matter what. didn't know. We're not mind readers. You should have she should already have it. You're mad too. Bonnie sees you're mad. That's an Ani sees you as being mad. Open on Sunday, though. That was weird. downstairs and trying to talk to him. Wow. got so many sayings from me. Please forgive me. You guys got so many sayings from me. Hey, hey, hey. Please forgive me. You know I'm right. damn thing's almost like a Ford Pinto. How'd you master that one? Business trip. I remember you saying, "Oh, those business trips are over," so I was like, no more work trips. This team doesn't travel. That sucks. Good and bad. Free trip to go visit your son. That's the bad part. That's missing.
hold for US 6 West, US 65 North toward Iowa 330 North Marshalltown.
Rudy, you couldn't even tell me those damn things were $1,500. Get the heck out of here. You tell me why they're $1,500. Tell you why mine are almost $1,700. You look it up, silhouettes. They're called silhouettes, frameless glasses. I don't make that stuff up.
For US 6 West, US 65 North toward Iowa 330 North Marshalltown.
All right, mate. Be safe. God bless. Have a safe trip. Gotta take my bratty dog for a walk.
Quarter mile, use the middle lane to turn left onto US 6 West, US 65 South.
I'm talking, you said the glasses are costing you that much. My glasses cost $1,700. Just the glasses. With the glass in them.
Use the middle lane to turn left onto US 6 West, US 65
That doesn't even
South.
include the doctor's exam. I got one coming up, I think it's October 21st. I gotta look at it again. Make sure they don't mess me up.
US 6 West for half a mile.
Did they drill a hole in your head?
Mile, turn right onto Adventureland Drive.
You're crazy. You're dang crazy. He said, I think I forgot the decimal point. Okay, they were $15.
Right, turn right onto Adventureland Drive, then turn right.
They were $15. I'm sorry.
Turn right, then your destination will be on the left.
He said, I forgot the decimal point. Only Rudy. Only Rudy.
In 600 feet, at the traffic circle, take the 4th exit and stay on Adventureland Drive. In a quarter mile, turn right.
So we're gonna park it here until we. This way I can take a shower. And then we'll be back. Rudy said, oh yeah, I forgot the decimal point. $15. Did your mom correct you on that? Yeah, I'm about 1 hour, a little over an hour away from my delivery point. So basically, I could take 3 hours here if I wanted to and still be on time. But I ain't gonna take that long. I'm just gonna take a shower and get the hell out. Whew. Wash my truck driver ass. Get that butt juice away. Let's see. I know, I'm crazy. All right. And 2 pairs of glasses, it costs $1,500. Okay, that's realistic, Rudy. 2 pairs of glasses. Yeah. I wouldn't shit you, buddy. These glasses right here, they're called Silhouettes. $1,700. $1,700. Because I liked them, I paid every penny for them. You guys can look it up. They're frameless glasses, and they're light as hell. Actually, my first pair I had, they got ran over in the first month and a half because I wasn't used to them being so damn light. It blew up my head, and a truck ran them over. They completely replaced them. I couldn't believe it. I was like, you are kidding me. They said, no. All right, guys. So, yeah, I'm going to run in this truck stop. Go get me a rain. I couldn't back out on this first parking spot like this. Hell no. Want to make sure. Oh, look, that's all right. That's that. All right. So yeah. I'll be back in a bit, guys. That's that. We're gonna take that along because I want to clean that up. Nasty. Ooh. Ooh. I just cracked the windows open. I don't know what this guy is listening to right next to me, but it's loud. I'll be back in a bit, guys. My computer's got me thinking, is it off duty? Yeah.
You'll have 4 hours and 51 minutes
It's
of
off
remaining
duty.
drive time.
You've got mail.
Yeah, there's 5 people ahead of me right now. Before I put my coffee in, grab a smoke.
mail.
Hey, Jen and Michelle. Boy, it got dark. I tell you that all the time. I will eventually. Gotta get fuel, gotta wash the windshield. What do you think? Think I gotta wash that windshield? I sure do.
In 200 feet, turn left toward Adventureland Drive.
Gotta get fuel. Oh, we got Christopher somewhere
Stop
back
toward
there.
Adventureland Drive, then turn right onto Adventureland Drive.
Where the truck
Right,
stop? I had to
then
get a
make a
rain
U-turn.
rain. Stinky ass driver had to wash his ass finally today.
Turn, then turn left.
clip another truck. No, he didn't. I don't know what he's doing now. All right, let's see. Fucking A-frame. She's something. Alright, let's see. I gotta get in here. I'm just curious. Oh, I did alright. 91724. By the way, Chris, the last time I went to the doctor, they told me that cough is from mucus. Hey, Pam. Mucus. I have a lot of mucus built up. Phlegm. this came in quick. Let me go get my receipt. I'm forgetting to empty out my garbage cans. My garbage can, I should say. We only got like an hour away. I was gonna say. An hour away. At least I can get coffee close by tomorrow, maybe. Without going on the route too much. Let's see. What the hell, you broke? I get your Oreo cookies and coffee. Oh my gosh. What'd you do that for, Rudy? Are you going around like you were in the back in the days? With the lens. Oh, there goes the beautiful Doris. You're always angry. It don't matter. Even when you're not angry, you're angry. I gotta look at something. No, don't gotta look at anything. I was angry, he says. Delbert, top of the evening. Who the heck is Mark Golden? Who the hell is Mark Golden? We don't care. Alright, so we gotta make sure. Oh my God. Doris doesn't even say hello to me. Alright. Shouldn't like me anymore. Oh, hi Doris. Remember me? Let's see what we got here. I gotta make sure I'm up to date and not up late. Okay, October 11th. And today's the last day for this ticket, damn it. That. And that was Pennsylvania also. Yeah. That was that. Damn. But I'm good until the 11th on the Mega. At least. We'll have to fix that. We'll have to fix that. Give me time. She says, give me time. I gave you all that time. You were making chili and tomato sauce. Give me time. Alright. Alright. How come nobody came back to me on that? We gotta bring this to their attention tomorrow. This. I gotta bring this fuel to their attention tomorrow. Give me time, she says. Now I feel refreshed. That's refreshed. That's refreshed. Last 2 packs, guys. Let's see how this works out. We'll figure it out if it's gonna work out for me.
Feet, turn right onto Adventureland Drive.
Man, there's no line at the truck wash. I should go get a truck wash. Every time I wash the truck, something goes wrong. Simmons, 2 thumbs up. Ripley, Tennessee. Top of the evening. Hey, Eddie. Top of the evening.
In 400 feet, turn right onto US 6 West Northeast Hubble Avenue. At the right, turn right onto US 6 West Northeast Hubble Avenue. In a quarter mile, lane to take the I-80 west ramp to US 65 south.
Let's turn this around. Give you guys a view of the road. I washed the bugs off for the most part. On the road again, yeah. Yeah, we on the road again, as Willie would say. He still says it.
Use the right lane to take the I-80 west ramp. Continue on I-80 west for 2 miles.
$8 to buy 5 gallons of gas. I'd be walking up to somebody, hey man, I'll give you $20 to fill up this can. race checks fast before they go bushy. We won't let you down. We'll eat them real fast, girl. Now you make me want to go get some race checks. I like race checks. I don't give it enough time to go soggy. Sometimes I do. Another historical quote. Everything and anything. Well, there ain't gonna be much produce stuck on the dock because the produce is being produced in the U.S. right now. Whether it's Florida, Texas, or California, or along the border there. But outside of that, once like March comes along, then we'll have problems. With milk or without milk. You know what missing my kids are hooked on as a snack right now? Tater tots. tater tots. Like, really? Yeah, produce, I wouldn't worry about.
Take exit 78 for US 65 South, US 69 South toward Indianola.
Some fishes, shrimps, and stuff like that. I wouldn't worry about produce. Don't worry, they'll have this figured out by March. They should. They should have it figured out by next month. Otherwise, these guys that are on strike, they're going to have a sucky Christmas season. That'd be their own fault. Hey, 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 Bob.
Take exit 78 for US 65 South, US 69 South toward Indianola. Exit 78. Continue on US 65 South for 16 miles.
Top of the evening. We got our own debate going on here, right? Our debate is, what should we stock up on? What do you mean the truck is all good now? Oh, Bob. I gotta knock on wood right now. You're worrying me. Now, Procter & Gamble does all of that. 90% of the paper towels, Procter & Gamble. coconuts they can send up by big truck from South America. Yeah, only because they can. That's about it. Only because they can. You would say that, Patty. Electric bananas. Oh yeah, the strike is on. I just saw it on 3 channels inside the truck stop. I guess the 9 o'clock news, or 8 o'clock news, or whatever the heck it was. 7 o'clock news, or 8 o'clock news. That would have to be locally, yeah. Gotta be about the 7 o'clock news. Deal with that. I'm still gonna buy coffee. Yeah, I would stock up on coffee. I can agree with that. I just saw it here in Iowa on 3 different channels. And then of course all the political ads. Even live here. What the hell all this shit on for? Yep. East Coast, West Coast, and the Gulf. There's loopholes around the Gulf, though. They could go over to Mexico and drivers can bring it in. Same thing down on the Southern Pacific. I don't care about it. Who's the debate between now?
herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them aren't, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We've built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years. Natural gas, we've got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing things
Senator, your time is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
We're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's more.
Boy, he is lost.
Like I said again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drying one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our number one export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead of us, and what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign, then I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that, and an all-above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American voters.
I can listen to this.
Your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass.
At least I don't have to listen to Donald Trump.
And to use the right to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly
That's
how
cool.
this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil? You have 2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations, and that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. The final point, Margaret, is you asked about family separation. Right now, in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide-open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember, when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership will be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies.
Is quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things.
Yeah, the drug mule's not true, but I will say about this about fentanyl, because this is
Oh, yes, it is.
crisis, and the good news on this is that the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history. 30% decrease in Ohio, but there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this whole election. Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of the largest got bill, and Mexico didn't pay
didn't pay a dime. But
That's 'cause you
he got
stopped.
9 years after he came down that escalator, dehumanizing people and telling them what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at.
Senator, the question
You've got mail.
and their children, even if they're
Kamala Harris's open border. I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country, and we know that they use Trucker'z drug mules, and it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Donald Trump's border policy, she did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation,
which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations.
We fix this issue with a bill that is necessary. But the issue on this is what happened when you don't so dehumanized. And we saw this, and Senator Vance, and it surprises me almost, talking about it, saying I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true, don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Ray forbid it. We could come together to solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator...
And I think as a sitting lawmaker, we know that Congress controls the purse strings.
Turn left onto US 65 South.
Repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would have?
Continue on US 65 South for 15 miles.
majority of what I've been to the southern border more than our borders of Kamala Harris has been, and it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources will help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come
Hey, Amy.
you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor Waltzberg, the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying that housing and making that less affordable. But it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree. It should not take 7 years for asylum. If you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to the...
That house looks pretty cool, man. With them lights blinking like that.
Talks about the release the news that you do to me. I think that's true of most Americans. It's simply not ordered to.
That looks awesome.
It's ordered. It's supported by the people who do it, and it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify some more, your Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status. Senator, we have so much to get to.
I think it's important
We're
because
going to have the economy thing.
the rules were that you guys did a fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP 1 app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border law. That is not a person coming in applying for the implementation of the legal immigration migrant by
Thank you, Senator, for describing the legal process. We have so much to get to. Vice President Harris unveiled the plan.
Continue for 3 miles.
The school says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How would you pay for that without diluting the deficit? American Economics.
Well, thank you. And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you who go this week, and I hear hearing a lot of stuff back talking about this housing issue. The one thing is, there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational.
Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts, but if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle-class and working-class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that?
Was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession. About 10 million people out of work, the largest percentage since the Great Day one. Whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things, we move there that you're paying your taxes every year. And Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years. Last year as president. That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all we want.
Governor, you say trust the experts, but those same experts for 40 years said that if we shift our manufacturing base off to China, we get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shift our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less self-productive in our own nation, it would somehow make us better off. And they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2. And I love them very much. I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop. And we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump did.
Senator, you brought it up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
If you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you've heard what the numbers were. I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history.
In half a mile, turn left onto South 23 Highway.
Right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it in my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collective bargain. We had right-to-work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit.
Take the next left onto South 23 Highway.
It's putting money into companies that we overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just in out of the IRA.
But Mayor's father,
Yes. So appreciate that.
Continue for 18 miles.
just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the CEOs that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here. Because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you've simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt. Know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on healthcare now.
Senator Governor,
Please.
thank you, Robert. We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics, but right now I want to talk about personal qualifications. The Vice President is often the last voice the President hears before making consequential decisions. The
for the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, full-time family Cora, and then I used the job to become a teacher, passionate, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 when I flew travel from China 35 years ago to be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people down. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I'm not that perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of those bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will get caught up in rhetoric, but being there, the impact it made, the and I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community. And then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be hunting, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier, or being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that second and misspoke on this. So I would just what I said. So it was in a lot of
Vice President, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear, and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Mark, because I've always been open, and sometimes, of course, I disagree with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believe some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record, but most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver. And yeah, when we screw up, when we misspeak, get something. One of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what change. And you pointed out to me some issues from 2020. Well, I've been extremely consistent, but I think there are a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration in the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States Senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to learn about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on the tariffs, for example, that I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, because to just accuse this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and we're not going to be surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says, you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Norm, thank you. Now the issue of reproductive rights. Governor Walz, after Roe v. Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
It's not what I'm going to say, but look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He bragged about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade. 52 years of post-mortem. And then he tells us, send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski with this, she has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical, that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child, raped and impregnated by her stepdaughter. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not, if you don't know Amanda or Hadley, you soon will. The Project 2025 is going to have a list of pregnancy. It's going to be more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility. For so many people that are listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the picture on this is well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basically, we have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world.
Innocent life in this country who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable. Is that my part issue where they frankly just trust the abortion policy specifically, that we have a country and it's diverse. And California has a
Respond and also answer the question about prescriptions.
Yeah, well, the question got asked when Donald Trump made the accusation. This idea that they're the diverse state. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restricted state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights
did during when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some men international
overwhelmingly, by the way, against men? That's not the case at all. We are full freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're and Kamala Harris is making the case to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base it on the fact of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles for trying to get health care.
First of all, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive. There are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this, and you signed into law. It says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no botched late-term abortion. That is, I think, it's not true choice or option. That is fundamentally barbaric, and that's why force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions to try and make a point. That's not it. Please tell me, that is not the way the law is written. I've given this out. I've given this advice on a lot of things that getting it. That's been misread. It was fact-checked the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women where to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things work best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing bonding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child is really hiding behind we're going to do all these other things, then we're not proposing them in your budget. Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier. I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So then fact check it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on. We're going to be right back with much more of the CBS News Vice Presidential Debate in just a moment.
they're both talking sense. They're even agreeing with each other on some things. It sounds level-headed. It sounds normal.
She was a woman. And I stepped back and I went, you're the queen. She's going to be with me every instant that I'm alive.
I just wanted to see if you could visit on a free time.
Look at her face smiling. I'm going to remember that the rest of my life.
And you told us we used to be doing things only doing it for 10 minutes. It's really not these with us today.
The Uplift, streaming now on the free CBS News app.
You've got mail.
We've got breaking news for Friends.
Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. Big news coming out of the NFL.
In half a mile, turn left onto 490th Street.
And then the Bills. Can they repeat? What's the conversation? What can you say about this game? When you need just
Damn.
to bring you that breaking news right here.
I wasn't paying attention to how close I was.
Anywhere you want.
But we're good. We're good.
We have to think big. Do you know? I know they will.
We're good.
Whole city's mine. We might have some trouble coming our way.
You want to know the future, you gotta know what you want.
In this together.
I just wish there was a street light here, something. 'Cause I couldn't see anything.
Superstar approaching. Superstar approaching. Just get your popcorn and get ready. Come on, Julia. I'm well if you will. You go,
She's the first. She's determined she won't be the last.
My parents had raised me to believe that I could do anything I wanted to do.
Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson on Person to Person.
Superstar approaching. Superstar approaching.
Oh my God, it's 52 degrees already. Oh, there goes my number one fan, Mr. A. Mr. Mean, Mr. Sarcastic, Mr. Red. I'm listening to the debate in the background.
Welcome back to the CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. We want to turn now to America's gun violence epidemic. The leading cause of death for children and teens in America is by firearms. Senator Vance,
That's
you
crazy.
oppose most gun legislation that Democrats claim
Not
will
even
curb gun
sickness.
violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s. So let me ask you, earlier this year...
What are kids
for the
that
first
age
time,
doing with
the
guns like
parents
this?
of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think holding parents responsible could curb mass shootings? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, no, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly end up with gun violence. And of course,
You've got mail.
all this stuff, and we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just how do we... It worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartel. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago.
But what are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference? It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there,
All
it
right,
just
hold
doesn't
on a
make
second.
any sense. Kamala Harris, as an Attorney General, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go? When we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills. They're being killed. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still have, and we should go have healthcare and all that, but I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns. And there are things that you can do about it. But I do, and I think it's a healthy conversation. I think that
Assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these homes, and will handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
no, it's not handing out. First, let me say this. This issue of sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Make it easier to build those homes. Using the GI Bill, those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back. And I would give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we've put some of these things in. And we're implementing a state program to make sure we get some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to be able to get to school. All of those things in the long run legal immigration.
I'm sorry.
and
I'm
housing prices.
sorry.
Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of
they
doers.
had a
We're a
little
country
fight.
of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail
for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that. That in some cases, many of those are local, many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you. Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing crisis, I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans is the high cost of health care. Senator Vance, at the last presidential debate, former President Trump was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response, he said, I have concepts.
They're very level-headed.
Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing
That's
how
what I like
illegal
about it.
Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay
He's
more?
doing pretty good as a young kid.
Of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. I think it's very simple common sense. I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. You think about healthcare, you go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously
I'm enjoying
until Donald Trump
listening
came
to it.
along. And I think it's an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done, but when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and healthcare costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do, but I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better healthcare policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley, 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before. Those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that will be there. But look, this issue And when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, so what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened, and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight, is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president, inflation was low, take-home pay was higher, and he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now.
Yes, it is.
People are using it. The system works.
I like
the
Pence.
question about this, of young people or whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then
So
what
you
happens
think the
is
individual mandate's a good idea?
you should. I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying health care once you get past
We're
70.
watching
So look, the
Hocus
ACA works.
Pocus.
We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you. Margaret?
Can I address that?
I apologize. We're out of time. We have a number of subjects to discuss. Margaret?
Let's talk about families in America. There is a child care crisis
Sure.
in this country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress worked. But here's what the deal is. Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family and medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family and medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start, the family works better, we stay in their employers, we get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota, and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue, those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some cases, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best and it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses. And
I know, right?
As far as childcare on this, you have to.
He might be off his rocker, but
side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take care of our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, do you support a national paid leave program? And if so, for how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first, this issue, and I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who's an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator, and I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company. But the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of child care model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with child
just
care.
south of Des Moines.
Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide child care in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote child care because, look, it is unacceptable. And, you know, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on child care as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as child care is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families. Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, child care options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Can you clarify how that will solve the child care shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the child care shortage is we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide child care options for American families, because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposals. Do you think Congress will agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6 as your campaign has promised. Is that realistic?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's $5,000 or $6,000, that pays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarship types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, if those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing. Because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy's growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud. The governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've said, and that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president, Donald Trump left the White House, and now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens. And it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by 2 lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues, and that to me is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Governor?
Well, I've enjoyed tonight's debate, and I think there was a lot of commonality here, and I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things, and I think I might have with the senator.
Me too, man.
There's one though that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he did. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day, some with the American flag, several later died. And it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, "We're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties." The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue, and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat.
Still
I will
going.
tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Margaret? Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we'll win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections.
That
Hillary
might not
Clinton
go
in
over good with Trump.
2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that
I just dumped out the tray.
January 6th was not fair to them. And I think of revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened. Donald Trump didn't do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is bullshit. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to
not done.
Senator Vance. I think this is the conversation they want to hear, and I think there's a lot of agreement. This is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen, and it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that, did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of the government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds.
It's starting to get
threat to democracy
etchy
that
now.
will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't
Senator,
wear
the
masks.
governor does
That's
have
not
the floor.
Fire in a crowded theater. That is criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to
Please.
respond to you.
Yeah. Well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is, where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election and his vice president's not going to stand to it. That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that. Because, of course, that's what we would do. So, America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up. Thank you, gentlemen. We will be right back with both of our candidates. The CBS News vice presidential debate continues.
What does a robot know?
It's going pretty level-headed. It just started getting tense there.
Into something we can see.
This guy's a nut job.
The fingerprints we leave behind show how determined we are to give the world a piece of ourselves. Etsy.
When people say who's first to get in the morning, that would be me. Morning news matters because it sets the tone for your day, and it's a way of getting you started.
Day to day, that first draft of history, it happens right here. We're going to uplift you. We're going to send you out your way. We take you places. We teach you new things. And we make you feel like, it's not all bad.
People say to me, you always seem to be having a good time. And you know what? You're right.
Your morning routine just got
Well, as I know, this is
CBS
live.
Mornings, weekdays at 7.
We're building something. We have to think big.
What do you know about wind turbines?
I know they blow.
You're an outsider. Tulsa is mine.
We might have some trouble coming our way.
You want to build a future, you got to know what you want.
You want to go down fighting?
I don't answer to anybody.
On October 15th, Vegas will be where hip-hop flows. A new stage will be set, and a new bar will be raised on hip-hop's most anticipated award show. I got ready to take off. BET is turning up the mics and turning up the club. A celebration of bangers from the biggest names in hip-hop. Mics, camera, action. BET Hip Hop Awards 2024, hosted by me, Fat Joe. Tuesday, October 15th at 8 on BET. I told y'all to run that. Come on now. Come on now.
Hey guys, what are you guys doing? How'd you do that? Looks complicated.
Well, it ain't that hard. Joe, tell it, man.
It's easy. Pick more or less on at least 2 players, enter your lineup, and lock in for the game.
I could have told you that. I could have told you that.
Download the PrizePicks app today. New players enter $5 to get $50 instantly and site credits with code TEAM. PrizePicks.
Hey, Deborah.
It's that time again.
A long line to break. This class is past fail.
Oh, yeah, 19.
We brought our bus with us.
It's the champion.
I don't want to watch that either.
On the free CBS News app.
She's the first black woman on the Supreme Court, and she's determined she won't be the last.
My parents had raised me to believe that I could do anything I wanted to do.
Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson on Person to Person.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood. Human remains found this week.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching. I can see clear now that the rain is gone. That's right.
Look at his outfit. Give me some love, baby.
Up top. It's gonna be alright. Sunshiny day.
All right.
Welcome back to the CBS News vice presidential debate. It is now time for the closing statement. Senator Vance won the virtual coin toss and elected to go last. So, Governor Walz, you are first. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Senator Vance. Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who miss Dancing with Their Stars, I appreciate it. But look, the support of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody of this coalition that Kamala Harris has built. From Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift. And a whole bunch of folks in between there. And they don't all agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive future of this country and one where our politics can be better than it is.
Comments ain't loading. What do you mean?
That better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something. Not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage, and then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road. Excuse me. Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor Walz, thank you. Senator Vance, your closing statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, and she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl. And that too has gotten harder with because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world. But they're not going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you, and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating in the only vice presidential debate of this election cycle. I'm Margaret Brennan.
And I'm Nora O'Donnell. And a reminder, there are just 35 days until Election Day. Please get out and vote. And for all of us here at CBS
Two thumbs up
News,
on them.
Thank you, and
I
good
think
night.
they did a good job. Who do I think? And they're shaking hands. And they're chatting too.
The first and only vice presidential debate this election is now complete. It was a cordial debate of the kind that people mostly say they want. You notice here the two candidates lingering on the stage. That's quite a difference from the presidential debate, in which it was not even sure that Vice President Harris and Donald Trump would shake hands. It was a debate in which the line, "I appreciate what Tim said about Finland," was one of the many ways in which Senator Vance agreed with the governor. The governor agreed right back. But that's the tone and the kind of theater review of this. I'll pick out two issues. On the question of the top of the news today, which is the Middle East and the kinds of foreign policy surprises that hit any president. Tim Walz made the case that Donald Trump's temperament is unfit for any kind of surprise, cited the members of the Trump administration who have attested to that. Vance came back and said there were no wars during the Trump administration. On the economy, I'll make a political point, which is that what Vance did was something Donald Trump was incapable of doing during his presidential debate, which is repeatedly saying, if Kamala Harris was going to do these things, why didn't she in office? Now, whether voters buy that or not, Tim Walz mentioned the Inflation Reduction Act and a variety of other items under Biden. But returning to that political point has worked in the past for Donald Trump against Hillary Clinton. We'll see if it works this time. I'd like to make a final point on tone. The J.D. Vance on that stage was very different than what people may have seen in podcasts. But then there was an air of unreality about it. He talked about bipartisan solutions with nuance of a kind we never saw during the Trump administration. He talked about Donald Trump almost as the defender of the Affordable Care Act. Donald Trump tried to kill the Affordable Care Act. And then I think at the very end of the debate, we saw something extraordinary. Tim Walz asked J.D. Vance if Donald Trump lost the election. He was incapable of answering that simple yes-no question. J.D. Vance can only get so far from the man at the top of the ticket, and that was on display in that one moment, although J.D. Vance was a different kind of person than we've seen in many instances.
John, I think what you're saying is so important when we talk about demeanor, because of the expectation that was hanging over these candidates' heading into tonight. J.D. Vance came to the stage with the lowest likability rating of all four candidates at the top of the ticket. I think many people came in expecting him to be Donald Trump's attack dog tonight. That's not the side we saw from him. There was a couple of compassionate moments even. You mentioned the word cordiality. We saw that from him very much. I also think it's worth pointing out demeanor we saw from Governor Walz, particularly when it came to his moments where he was put on the defensive about his own biography and embellishments that he has made in the past, particularly in this case on China. You and I have talked about this a lot coming into this evening. Major, you're going to help us with fact checks over the course of the next few minutes, but there is a big one that we need to talk about at the top of it, which came on immigration in the discussion tonight, and particularly the Trump administration's plan, a major centerpiece of their campaign to undergo mass deportations for undocumented immigrants in this country. J.D. Vance particularly said that migrants will be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. This was in the conversation, this ongoing conversation about Haitian migrants in Springfield, Ohio. Many of them are recipients of temporary legal status, and we just have to say, John, that they are in this country legally.
All right, we will be right back in a moment with more coverage of the vice presidential debate, and we'll fact check some of the claims made by both candidates.
They're in the country legally, but technically illegally. Why Springfield, Ohio, you know? Not that they're bad people. Let me tell you something. Them Jamaicans, Haitians, whatever, they are some beautiful people, man.
Execute the mission.
They got morals.
Pretend to be one thing and just not feel.
And they're usually law-abiding citizens, especially when they come here.
Here we go.
Some friendly company. For a little quiet time, Paramount Plus has you covered.
This is so exciting.
Are you being serious? Welcome to the jungle, boys.
And a Paramount Plus subscription is included with a Walmart Plus membership for no additional cost. So the only thing you need to do is decide what to watch next.
Did you see that?
A Paramount Plus subscription is included with a Walmart Plus membership.
We got a Walmart Plus membership.
Oh, hey, Dad, I got a question about punctuation.
Ooh.
is she? Where is she? Happy Wednesday, Angelique.
How much difference can one vote make? Since 2023, more than 60 U.S. elections have been tied or won by just one vote. So this fall, your friend could be the tiebreaker. And that could make all the difference. People are more likely to vote when encouraged by a friend. So use your power to decide this election. Vote and encourage your friends to check their registration at votevotevote.com and make a plan to vote in 24.
She won't talk now.
Hi, I'm stylist Mina Cottrell. Let's talk shoe trends for fall. Animal print is an additive to make any outfit fun and quirky, from runways to retail. I really like the ballet flat for this season because it's not only comfortable and feminine, I think it elevates any look, and it's also very professional. Court sneakers are everywhere this season. What I love about court sneakers is the range of colors. Every girl should already have them in their closet.
More cheeseburgers
at DSW.
Angelique, happy Wednesday. Bonjour.
Weeknights on the CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell.
All right, we are going to bring in our amazing political team here. Major, I want to start with you and your big thoughts as you watch these 90 minutes unfold.
I would call this the Warren G. Harding Memorial Vice Presidential Debate. In 1920, Warren G. Harding promised the country a return to normalcy. That's what this debate was. It was substantive, far more substantive on the facts and policy than the leading candidates, the presidential nominees, have been to date. It was, in a way, a kind of embrace of bipartisanship on tough issues: gun violence, healthcare, childcare, even, well...
So the fact checkers are saying they were both absolutely
and one thing
right.
I think will be a surprise to anyone in the Republican Party. The biggest secret of the entire Trump administration is that he saved Obamacare. It's a big secret because he never even said that. But this debate was an example to the country of how you can disagree agreeably, how you can talk about shared goals for the country. And in that sense, I think it's extremely important for J.D. Vance that he did not sound as he sounds on the stump. It was his biography and his appeal to bipartisanship that would be most distinguishing about not only his present, but his possible future.
Nancy, your thoughts?
I think if you took a shot every time you heard the words "I agree" tonight, you'd be the table right now. This was a surprisingly affable debate for two men who we know from our reporting do not like each other. They said that they agreed on housing policy. They said that they agreed on some aspects of immigration policy, on pro-family policy. They were clearly intent on showing that they are likable, that they are agreeable for all the reasons, Cecilia, that you laid out earlier. The Democrats that I'm talking to feel fine about the debate. They're not doing cartwheels the way they were after the Harris and Trump debate a few weeks ago, but they think that this went well for them, and I predict that that exchange between Vance and Walz about whether Donald Trump lost the election is going to end up in a Harris ad by the end of the week.
Both of these contenders came to the stage tonight being favorites of the base in their respective parties. Governor Walz was someone who went on television and called Republicans weird. Senator J.D. Vance was someone who would go on podcasts with Donald Trump Jr. and other favorites of the right and say the left was essentially weird. Tonight on stage, you didn't hear a lot about that. You heard an approach to build on our colleagues' reporting and analysis here. It was about appealing to the middle. For J.D. Vance, giving reassurance to traditional Republicans, conservatives, that they have a place in this Republican Party, even with former President Trump. They might not like those traditional Republicans' answer on the election, but they might like his answer on the economy and on border security. And for Governor Walz, it wasn't about being an attack dog. He was trying to make an overture to that centrist voter in a battleground state and say, hey, with Vice President Harris as a teacher and a coach.
Ed Gordon, quickly before we wrap, one of the big issues, though, was immigration, so much so that they had to shut the mics off.
Yeah, but I think the civility that we saw tonight may be a mistake by Democrats, quite frankly. I talked at the outset of energizing this base. I was just in Ohio, and many Democrats were livid about what's going on in Springfield. I think Walz missed an opportunity to really push the racial insensitivity there. There was a sense of trying to be affable, as John said. And I think what we're going to see from this point on is the civility being laid aside. And as we've said, from this point on, gloves are off.
Major, you've spent a lot of time thinking about Donald Trump. How might he react to his number 2?
So what Donald Trump will take away is the first third of the debate, where J.D. Vance made a very strong case that the Trump record on, was the world on fire, yes or no? No, it wasn't. Was the economy better? Yes, it was. Trump will be very happy with that. I think he will largely ignore and forget all the bipartisan appeals because they don't really fit within his orientation of politics.
There is much more to talk about. Our coverage will continue with instant reaction polls and fact checks. That'll be on CBS News 24/7. But for now, for all of my colleagues here, good night.
Let's see if Donald Trump fires Vance tomorrow or tonight. Let's see.
So when you see all that green, what do you think? I see money leaving America. Is this about...
So I got to go to YouTube probably because I'm sure there's fact checking going on and everything. Let's see who we got. Let's see what we got. Alright. I thought it was very neutral.
This smartphone sold on back market by expert refurbishers. Wait, give me a sec.
The day, truly, whether it is my friends or constituents or others, we know the dollar doesn't go as far. The border is being overrun. You're feeling the effects of that from fentanyl to just tragedy within communities, and then the chaos that's happening abroad. I mean, here we stand here at a moment where Israel is fighting for her very existence, and it's a stark contrast to remember what life was like when Donald Trump was in office, knowing that he actually achieved peace through strength. And I think JD did a great job of opening with that as well. On that very first question, we had the Abraham Accords. Putin didn't invade Ukraine when Trump was in office. All of the different things that go along with just tamping down the global chaos, reminding people that Donald Trump had done.
There's 133,000 watching this feed right now.
All right, Senator Katie Britt there. Of course, Senator Vance's colleague in the upper chamber as well. Andrew Kraft back here. We're in a new hour, 8 o'clock here on the West Coast, 11 o'clock there in New York. We have another panelist joining us. Of course, our friend there at the Associated Press, Meg Kennard, along with Tom Lobianco at 24 Site. You guys, thanks for being with us here. Meg, I got to get you in on this. You've been following, obviously, the debate. You watched it there. What were your overall takeaways? I know that question's always asked, who won the debate? I don't want to ask that right now, but what were your overall takeaways here? Mine were, Tom's were, this was a civil affair. This was very polite, Midwest polite. I know Midwest polite. I'm from Michigan, and it was on the debate stage for more than 90 minutes.
Yeah, there were a few exceptions to that. Clearly, we saw some contentious moments, but overall, I think your take is spot on. There was a lot more collegiate display on that stage tonight than certainly we've seen in either of these two presidential debates, and maybe more than what we had been anticipating would happen tonight.
Sort of two key things. If we get an opportunity to talk to J.D. Vance about this tonight, questions left unanswered. The Trump campaign and tonight Vance's inability to really explain the mass deportations policy that they have put out here time and time again, how they will do that without separating families. I've heard Vance take that question repeatedly. I heard the same answer tonight that he always gives that lacks a
a lot of context and information. And then on Obamacare and what happened to Obamacare during the Trump administration, a wholesale and complete rewriting of history when it comes to the Trump administration's effort to get rid of that law. I covered all of it on Capitol Hill. J.D. Vance's position is 100% inconsistent with lived reality of what the Trump administration did with Obamacare during that time period. I hope I'll get a chance to ask him about that tonight, but as you can see, there are quite a lot of people trying to ask the same questions I am, and he may not take any of those questions beyond those that are going to be asked to him on the Fox News set.
Garrett, I'm curious, has the Trump campaign at all mentioned how this debate sort of felt almost pre-Trumpish in the sense that there was not any name-calling, it didn't get nasty, and for the most part, both candidates were pretty civil?
Yeah, I haven't heard anything specifically from the Trump campaign on that, Tom, but it is striking. I mean, if you go back to any debate before 2015, this is more like what you would have expected. Candidates looking for opportunities to agree with each other, looking for opportunities to appear more civil, looking for opportunities to raise the sort of tenor and tone of the dialogue to a higher place. We got some of that tonight in what is, I think, for many voters probably feels more like an extra credit project. Watching the VP debate, which almost never moves the needle in actual elections. Again, tonight, maybe one for the super fans, but those who turned in, I think, got a lot of substance out of what happened on stage tonight.
Garrett Haight, the extra credit project. I have a feeling Garrett maybe.
I gotta find Fox.
Anyway,
see what
Garrett,
Fox is saying.
Check back with you. Let us know if you end up getting Senator Vance. I have Kelly O'Donnell here with us right now. Kelly, I'm sure.
Come on, there's got to be Fox here somewhere. ABC.
What is their take on the debate? I think they have to be somewhat happy because talking to sources on both sides, this is the first debate out of the three where you have Republicans saying we won and you have Democrats saying we won. The last two, there were clear winners.
One of the things that I'm struck by is what you were just talking to Garrett about, and that is the tone, and that these candidates did speak to each other in a civil way. And what I've been hearing from Harris.
This is the big secret of 2024, and they're hiding it from you.
So for this one, guys, I got these weird little panels installed for absolutely no cost out of pocket because I found this program, and it pays for all of my electricity every month. My power bill comes and it's zero. On top.
Fox is over. Oh, come on. There gotta be something Fox on here. I think we're gonna go with that.
Immigration, a major theme. It's what he's done throughout the campaign. Certainly, Tim Walz is going to say that the economy, by all of the objective metrics, is dramatically improving.
James Sample is a law professor at Hofstra. He says the showdown between former President Trump and Vice President Harris's running mates will center on issues facing New Yorkers and the nation. Whether it's the thousands of asylum seekers now living in shelters here in New York City, the high cost of groceries, or the future of reproductive rights.
I think you'll hear a lot about tonight is the dramatic difference between the two candidates on issues particularly important to women.
This is not why.
Choice.
Vance, once a critic of Trump, served in the Marine Corps before...
The only thing that's coming up is now.
Live now from Fox. Again, this is all happening. It looks like there's a terror attack happening on the ground near Tel Aviv, a shooting attack as well. So we are to help break down, and we'll continue to show the images as well. But please welcome everybody to live now from Fox. This is Blaze Mistal, Vice President for Policy at GINSA.
President, and that leading candidate was under threat. I was president and the candidate was under threat, any candidate, Republican or Democrat. And by the way, I want to thank the Democrats because they just increased funding for the Secret Service, who worked very hard. They increased funding for the Secret Service, and nobody will believe this, it was a unanimous vote. Republicans, every single Republican, every single
How
Democrat
is this live?
Present voted.
Where is this live
That's
at?
the first unanimous vote we've seen in a long time, and that's to increase the funding of the Secret Service. So I thank everybody in Congress. But if I were the president, I would inform the threatening country, in this case Iran, that if you do anything to harm this person, we are going to blow your largest cities and the country itself to smithereens. We're going to blow it to smithereens. You can't do that. And there would be no more threats. There would be no more threats. But right now we don't have that leadership or the necessary people, the necessary leaders.
Hey, John.
We have two people, not one. We don't even know who our president is right now. Who is our president right now? We really don't know, but we have two people, not one, that only keep looking. And when you do that, when you just look, trouble always ensues. So it's big trouble for our country.
11/11/11 on my watch.
In our country this week, we have large security forces guarding him, and yet they're threatening our former president and the leading candidate to become the next president.
Yeah, I don't know where this is live from.
Certainly a strange set of circumstances. Around the world, our enemies are desperate to prevent Donald Trump from returning to the White House because they know I will make America great again. They don't want that. 4 years ago, our country was feared and respected, and our country will soon be feared and respected again. We have to have that. And that's why we all need to pull together to thwart these attempts and to bring back American strength, power, and prestige. We will soon have it.
It says live.
No threat will shake me. No
It says
enemy
live.
will intimidate me. And
I don't know where this is live at, though.
I have never been more determined than I am today, and I will never back down in my fight to make America great again, which is what we're doing. So I want to make that statement because we are under threat. I have been threatened very directly, and I appreciate the agencies that we've been meeting with, but we've been threatened very directly by Iran. And I think you have to let them know, because the best way to do it is through the office of the president, that you do any attacks on former presidents or candidates for president, your country gets blown to smithereens, as we say. 41 days from now, we are going to win the state of North Carolina. We are going to defeat Comrade Kamala Harris.
That's 6 days
and
ago.
We are going to take back.
That's 6 days ago, 41 days.
Others, we know the dollar doesn't go as far. The border is being overrun. You're feeling the effects of that from the...
Have to do it. Meg, final thoughts, though, briefly, your overall kind of impression. All right, in the meantime here, we still have Donald Trump Jr. there as one of Vance's surrogates, of course. Donald Trump Jr. was a key advocate to his father for his father picking Vance in the... Jr. was a key advocate to his father for his...
$1 trillion in mainstream media, literally functioning as the marketing department for the other side. You know, they're doing the whole Kamala Harris is a moderate. It's like, well, what about her record? No, well, that doesn't count. It's different now. It's not different. It's never going to be different.
You look proud tonight, and I see it in your face. You sound emotional.
Hey, Eric.
All right, so there you have it. Donald Trump Jr., a little bit more from him there in the spin room. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's do something different.
With Mega Jackpots, it's Mega Millions. Hello, America. I'm John Crow. It is Tuesday, October 1st, and tonight's Mega Millions jackpot is an estimated annuitized $93 million. To win that jackpot, you must match these 5 white balls plus that gold Mega Ball. Now, let's see if I can make you a millionaire tonight. Our first winning number tonight is 47, followed by 50. Up next, we have 35. Your next number is 66, and your final white ball number for this Tuesday evening is 27. Now for the Mega Ball number, that is 25. Again, tonight's winning numbers are 47, 50, 35, 66, 27, and the gold Mega Ball is 25. Now, no miss all 6 numbers Fridays. Jackpot to be $108 million. Good luck and play on, America.
Play on, America.
Where are you going?
This is Gerald Hyde II, who was just convicted of drug
Well,
possession
stop
at
the
Benton County
pizza
Justice
after that.
Center in Washington State. Hyde was led down the holding cell with other convicts before being taken to prison. But Hyde had other ideas. As an officer turned his back to him, Hyde slipped out and snuck back into the courtroom.
I want to buy your house. I can pay you cash for your house, no matter what condition it's in. If you need to sell your house...
He then removed his prison shirt and used it to hide the handcuffs. Hyde then made it down the hallway, ditching his noticeable prison shoes in the process. Before exiting through the lobby and making a run for it out onto the streets. But Hyde's freedom didn't last long. He was recaptured 2 hours after his escape. The 24-year-old was later convicted of second-degree escape and sentenced to 2 years and 2 months in prison. While Gerald Hyde had a nifty attempt to escape justice, what happens when a convict is so fast, even the camera can't keep up? Like in the case of Rayton Woodford, who's in Jefferson County Circuit Court for violating his probation. According to reports, the 29-year-old was previously sentenced to probation for drugs and weapon-related charges. Now, in court, Woodford's girlfriend sat just a few feet away, showing support. During the hearing, a detective took the stand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be truthful?
That evening, he was charged with a handgun and narcotics.
And if you know, was Mr. Woodford at the time a convicted felon?
Yes, he was.
The courtroom camera remained locked on the witness stand as Judge Barry Willett announced his decision.
Probation revoked in its entirety. Mr. Woodford, I'm going to send you to serve 5 years. Good luck to you. No, ma'am.
Moments later, the unthinkable happened. There was a flash across the camera as Woodford attempted to make a break for it. His girlfriend could be heard pleading him to stop.
The record will reflect that Mr. Woodford made an unsuccessful effort to escape.
Woodford's escape was unsuccessful. He was brought back into the courtroom by deputies and arrested. As Woodford was being ushered away, his girlfriend claimed she was pushed and her hair was pulled by a deputy during the scuffle. Judge Willett allowed her to address the court.
Okay, I've heard you.
But when she started throwing accusations at the judge himself, he lost his patience.
But you condoning it, right?
I'm not condoning any. No, wait a minute. Come back up here right now. Don't you tell me I'm condoning anything. I just told you what I observed. You made an effort to stop him from leaving. I appreciate that. But in the thick of it, when your boyfriend is fighting with deputies, people might get pushed out of the way.
Woodford's girlfriend faced no additional charges.
She tearfully leaves the courtroom moments later.
In contrast, Woodford faced an additional charge of second-degree escape on top of his 5-year sentence. While no one was injured during Rayton Woodford's escape attempt, what happens when an officer takes a nosedive to catch a convict?
He tried, damn.
Like in the case of Nicholas Garrison, who was just sentenced for drug possession in Greenfield, Ohio, the 34-year-old was being prepped to be taken to prison when suddenly... Let's back up. 2 deputies were restraining Garrison to be taken to jail. However, as one of them turned away for a split second, Garrison bolted. He burst out of the courtroom and made for the stairs as a deputy took a giant leap to catch him. But Garrison managed to slip away and escape. He evaded police for a while before finally being captured at a motel 4 days later. He was later handed a 6-year prison sentence for his efforts. As for the daring deputy, he suffered 4 broken ribs and a concussion. While Nicholas Garrison's actions resulted in a deputy's hospitalization, what happens when an escaped convict causes a serious car crash? Like in the case of Cyrus Matthews, who was facing misdemeanor charges in Wadsworth Municipal Court in Ohio. The 19-year-old was just sentenced to 60 days in jail for a road rage case.
I'm sorry for, acting immature on the road. I understand that, being on the road, you do have other people's lives in your hand. And, I should have thought about that. Is there, any way that we can reverse this jail time?
Well, you're going to go to jail today. If you need to get out, there are any hearings we can consider for those. Okay, but right now you're going to go to jail today.
However, what Matthews did next left everyone stunned.
You have to go to
After learning his fate, Matthews straight up just walked out of the courtroom. The judge threatened him with felony charges, but Matthews had other ideas.
Man charged with escape, felony escape.
You want to see my V? And my V.
He just casually walked out. There was no...
See, as a woman,
officers there.
Man charged with escape, felony escape. If you don't get back in this court.
The defendant had a moment of hesitation as the court bailiff tried to reason with him. However, as Matthews' girlfriend followed him out, the two ran over to the parking lot, got into their car, and escaped. Police sprung into action and a high-speed chase ensued.
Oh, no.
He was in an older gray four-door vehicle.
28, he's not. He's running red lights in the apartment. Passing on the right at Williams Reserve. His speed's 90, trying to catch up. Wadsworth, I think we're going to have a code 2. We're going to have a code 2 at Akron.
police finally caught up with the suspect, they found a horrific scene.
The crash mangled two vehicles, leaving parts scattered across Akron Road near I-76 and knocking down a gas station sign. An innocent mother, father, and their baby in an SUV suffered minor injuries.
Matthews had crashed his car into another SUV, which had a couple and a toddler inside. Thankfully, they were not seriously injured.
Where's he at? All right, we're gonna have multiple vehicles, airbag deployment. Ma'am, are you okay? Okay. He's okay. All right, we got squads coming. Ashley, help them get out. Help them get out. He's up here.
As the gravity of his actions dawned on him, Matthews broke down.
Watchers, I'm gonna need multiple squads.
I need help, sir.
Okay.
Too late for him.
What was going on? Why were you taking off?
They're trying to lock me up in 90 days and I have a whole life.
So what happened?
I tried to run
Why?
Matthews was further charged with aggravated felonious assault and sentenced to 425 days in jail. While Cyrus Matthews' courtroom escape turned out to be a painful lesson, what happens when a wheelchair-bound convict runs for his freedom? Like the case of Joel Delgado, who was being wheelchaired to court in Little Rock, Arkansas. Delgado, who was in jail facing burglary and firearms charges, had allegedly told police he wasn't feeling well and couldn't move his legs.
Fake illness or fake injury, that was most likely what happened.
Now, being wheeled into the courthouse, Delgado distracted the officer by saying he had lost his shoe.
Hey, you see a shoe back there? Where is it?
However, what happened next is every law enforcement officer's nightmare. As the officer bent down to pick up his shoe, Delgado sprang up and made a run for it. The officer ran after Delgado, but he was nowhere to be found.
I'm gonna catch you, man. I'm gonna shoot your bitch ass.
I'm gonna shoot your bitch ass.
Hey, can you call the police for me? Call the police for me. Hey, call the police. Call the police. Which way it go?
Already without a radio, the officer had a hard time calling for backup.
Hey, Hook. The wheelchair dude got up and ran. Yeah. I couldn't catch his ass. And my radio was in the mother. I had my camera on though. He jumped for real. It's on my camera, bro. Oh, what's that?
And while authorities saw the lighter side of things, Delgado was gone for a good few hours. He was later caught from the other side of town, charged with felony escape, and was once again put in a wheelchair.
The 41-year-old is being wheeled into an ambulance, claiming to be injured and unable to walk.
While Joel Delgado successfully managed to deceive an officer, what happens when a judge has to chase after the suspect? Like in the case of Tanner Jacobson and Cody Howard, who were in the Lewis County Courthouse for driving on suspended licenses. As Judge R.W. Buzzard was about to address them, something unexpected happened. Handcuffed and dressed in prison uniform, the two defendants made a run for it. Judge Buzzard sprang into action.
He took off his robe and ran.
Outside the courtroom, the prison shoes got the better of Howard. The judge followed the two suspects down the flight of stairs and caught up with Howard just as he was about to escape.
For anyone who wants to cook like a pro, do not buy mediocre knives. Did you know that you can experience razor-sharp and perfectly balanced knives without sacrificing your individuality or style? Do not buy...
He's wobbling.
Jacobson fled on foot for a few blocks before coming back to his senses and surrendering.
I only get like 4 blocks and then I stop. I just stopped on my own. I'm like, what am I doing right now?
The reason behind their actions? Your guess is as good as theirs.
It was just a split second, decision. I don't even know why I did it. I would be out of here if I wouldn't have ran.
I didn't try to escape to get out. I tried to escape to get well, and I tried to do what I could, do what I could do to get my drug addiction.
Initially facing only a 30-day jail sentence, the two ultimately ended up with significantly larger prison terms. While Tanner Jacobson and Cody Howard's moment of insanity earned them more jail time, what happens when a deputy with an iron grip prevents an escape? Like in the case of Derek Wright, who was facing speeding charges in a Louisville, Kentucky courtroom.
Speeding!
The mood in the court was pretty chill that day.
Yeah. Fried up and then got crumbled. And then you push it in.
Bacon makes everything better.
But as the judge was looking at his paperwork, Wright attempted to walk away.
Whoa, where are you going?
No, absolutely.
So I can't go to the restaurant. Looking at me about my mom.
It was discovered that in addition to his speeding charge, Wright had an outstanding warrant for domestic violence. But Wright believed there was some kind of mistake.
The case got dismissed. We're verifying it. I went to court for that Tuesday.
Sir, I need you to calm down.
We always verify. Yeah,
if it's dismissed, you're good. If not, I'm going to take care of you guys.
I need to tell my mom if I'm going to get arrested because this is something new to me because this is the only thing that I was supposed to go to court for.
Eventually, it turned out the warrant was indeed active.
It's unserved, so it's still good.
Okay.
Sir, you need to calm down, okay? They're gonna go ahead, they're gonna execute this. They'll let you take some time to call your mom.
But Wright had other ideas. As he was taken to jail, Wright attempted to flee, but a deputy with a strong grip managed to bring him down. 2 more deputies ultimately subdued the situation.
You're a little honest.
I got it. Hold your arms out. 114 things that we got it.
But it was not under control. Wright kept struggling until a deputy pulled out his taser.
Stop!
We done?
Are we done?
All right, we won't get you up. You're going to walk back there real nice, okay?
Wright was removed from court, and he was not a happy man.
I need to call my mom.
Wright's antics slapped him with additional charges of third-degree assault, resisting arrest, criminal mischief, and disorderly conduct. While Derek Wright received 50,000 volts of electricity for his actions, what happens when a crazy attempt to escape goes wrong? Like in the case of Mario and Jose Guzman, who were at a pretrial hearing in Jefferson Circuit Court in Louisville, Kentucky. The brothers were facing serious charges of drug possession and trafficking. Now in court, the prosecution attempted to increase Mario's bond from $500 to $15,000 after he faced new charges of burglary.
In your order, it specifically says no further violations of the law. He picked up new charges. He violated the law.
But the defense argued the new recommended bond was too high, as the burglary charges were invalid.
They don't have the victim because he left town because he's a drug dealer. I mean, we might as well say $100,000 full cash, Judge. It's an amount that Mr. Guzman can't post. That's not the purpose of bond. The purpose of bond is to make sure that someone comes to court.
However, the judge agreed with the prosecutor and raised Mario's bond to $5,000.
I agree. New charges obviously had been picked up.
current bond is not appropriate. It will be $5,000 full cash.
Mario then stood up to be taken into custody. But he had no intention of going to prison. The 6-foot, 190-pound defendant rode the gallery benches and headed towards the door before deputies wrestled him to the ground. As one of them pulled out a taser, the courtroom erupted. Jose Guzman tried to calm his brother down. Mario's wife became so distraught that she had to be handcuffed. Finally, deputies managed to remove Mario from the courtroom. He faced additional charges of attempted assault and criminal mischief. His bond was increased to $7,500.
$2,500.
Mario Guzman got his wife arrested for his attempted escape. What happens when officers come face to face with a Satanist? Like in the case of Leonid Greiser, who's on trial for murder in Russia. As per reports, the 18-year-old teenager hit his sister at their apartment in Moscow, claiming that Satan had ordered him to do it.
Don't buy another pair of glasses until you've seen what this new invention can do. These self-adjustable glasses are taking...
These people are
claiming
crazy.
That Satan had ordered him to do it. Greiser was found with his sister's body covered with demonic symbols, painted with blood. During questioning, Greiser was seen smiling and free of remorse.
Зачем так с сестрой расправились? Why did you kill your sister?
Greiser claimed he
did what I
had
had
to kill
to.
his sister
I did what
to
I
get
had
rid of his
to.
self-doubts.
Он что, должен зарезать ее и убить?
Нет, избавиться от сомнений.
От каких сомнений?
Себе.
Police also found drugs at his apartment, which may have been a factor, but Greiser said he was aware of what he was doing.
Зачем вы так с ней расправились?
Потому что я должен. Себе должен. Я должен так себе. Я осознанно это сделал.
In court, Greiser was put behind a glass cage to prevent him from escaping, but the defendant had other ideas. When his first attempt to escape was thwarted, Greiser took the high road. He somehow managed to squeeze through the roof of the cage and tried to escape through the false ceiling of the courtroom. Stunned officers desperately tried to get to the escaping prisoner. One of them managed to pull his pants down, but struggled to hold Greiser. Finally, more officers arrived and threatened to tase the suspect.
Помогите мне! Помогите мне! Помогите мне! Дайте руку! Дайте руку! Дайте мне руку! Что я говорю? Куда нажать? Дайте руку! Сейчас, я тебе дам руку.
Eventually, Greiser gave up, crawled back into his glass cell, and was asked to pull his pants back up. dust settled, Greiser was handcuffed to prevent any further shenanigans. Ultimately, a judge sentenced Greiser to compulsory psychiatric medical treatment every 6 months. While Leonid Greiser's antics may bring some changes to the cage's design, what happens when a drug-fueled convict attempts to escape? Like in the case of 35-year-old Daniel Nicholson, who's facing weapons charges in Adelaide, Australia. Already out on bail, Nicholson was today in court to learn whether his pretrial release was to continue. To his shock, the judge decided to revoke bail.
I revoke bail. I revoke bail? No, you can stop.
Nicholson protested in disbelief, but the judge refused to listen.
What's going on, my friend? Take a seat. Take a seat. Miss, please, miss. Please, miss. I'll tell you what please, miss. No.
This is when things got crazy. Realizing he was about to go to prison, Nicholson launched himself over the glass dock, overpowered 2 officers, and landed on the bar table before being tackled to the floor. Amidst all that chaos, a woman made a plea on Nicholson's behalf. Eventually, officers were able to get things under control.
Don't do anything silly.
The incident saw one officer suffering a broken foot, while another sustained a jaw injury. Nicholson faced additional charges of attempting to escape from custody and recklessly causing harm to a prescribed emergency worker. He later pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 21 months in prison. While Daniel Nicholson's actions could be blamed on drug use, what happens when a convict takes advantage of the law? Like in the case of 28-year-old Eddie Villalobos, who's facing a murder trial in Hillsboro, Oregon. In 2021, Villalobos was charged with second-degree murder after he allegedly stabbed a man to death. Now in court, about to stand trial, 2 deputies escorted Villalobos into the courtroom.
Alright, if you're a side sleeper, you're still out of luck. Your hips are bent at about 90 degrees.
Now in court, about to stand trial, 2 deputies escorted Villalobos into the courtroom. His shackles were then removed because, under Oregon law, a defendant should not be restrained in front of the jury to avoid prejudice. However, Villalobos was not the one to play by the rules. Just seconds after his hand and leg restraints were removed, Villalobos hopped over a chair and bolted towards the door. He raced through the hallway as deputies desperately pursued him. Villalobos made it down the stairs and exited through the lobby, closing the door behind him. Before finally escaping the building. A 2-hour manhunt ensued before authorities got a call that a person was trying to break into an apartment next door. When police arrived, they found Villalobos hiding under a blanket inside a closet. He was arrested and charged with first-degree burglary and second-degree escape.
This is the moment Villalobos was taken into custody after a 2-hour search.
The Washington County Sheriff's Office says he was hiding in a hallway and he was arrested without incident.
A few months later, Villalobos was convicted of the murder charge and sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 25 years. While Eddie Villalobos was recaptured quickly by an efficient police force, what happens when lawyers have to bring a convict down?
I said, hey, stop, man, don't do this. But he didn't even give me a chance, really. And
like in the case of Israel Pointer, who was at the Oklahoma County Courthouse for a bond hearing. Facing robbery and firearms charges, the 19-year-old just learned his bond was revoked. Realizing he was about to go to jail, Pointer made a break for it. Bursting through the courtroom door, Pointer escaped the clutches of one deputy while narrowly missing another. Pointer then ran into two more deputies who managed to catch him, but he proved to be too slippery for them. Once again, Pointer managed to break free. About to taste freedom, Pointer then encountered a group of attorneys. Instead of getting out of the way, Oklahoma County District Attorney David Prater grabbed Pointer and refused to let go. Other attorneys stepped in and overpowered the defendant. D.A. Prater was no stranger to catching fleeing defendants. Turns out this was his fourth time.
you know, working in this courthouse is a lot like being in the Wild West again. You just never know what's going to happen. Just stepped in.
Pointer was finally taken into custody and additionally charged with resisting arrest. While a vigilant lawyer stood between a defendant and his freedom, what happens when a convict shows Olympic-level athleticism to escape? Like in the case of Gregory Wright, who's facing trial for armed robbery in Detroit, Michigan. Back in 1995, 22-year-old Wright reportedly robbed a man at gunpoint and stole his vehicle. While fleeing from police, Wright slammed into a police cruiser and opened fire, hitting an officer in the arm. A day later, Wright was arrested and charged with robbery and firearms-related offenses. While being taken to court, Wright showed zero remorse for his actions.
All I got to say is I have no remorse for shooting that police officer. He got what he deserved. If I had the opportunity to kill him, I'd kill him.
At his pretrial hearing, the judge set Wright's bond at a staggering $50,000. Knowing for certain he was going to jail, Wright made a break for it. As he was being shown the door which led to his imprisonment, Wright decided to take the opposite route. After escaping the clutches of an officer, Wright made an impressive leap to clear the barricade, but unfortunately, he fell straight into the arms of officers. It finally took 7 officers to subdue the defendant.
I had 13 officers on my back at one time.
Wright's bond was eventually removed, and he was ordered to remain in prison. As for his trial, Wright was ultimately convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment. While Gregory Wright displayed great athleticism in court, what happens when an escape attempt is straight out of the movies? For that, we go to the Franklin County Courthouse in Columbus, Ohio, where a group of female defendants were on their way to jail after getting arraigned. Among them was 39-year-old Mobley, who was indicted for aggravated theft, and 40-year-old Morrissey, who was charged with drunk driving. However, the two bold women had no plans to go to prison. Shackled to each other at the wrist, Mobley and Morrissey first stepped back at the back of the line. Then, in a desperate attempt to escape, the two women slipped under the prison bus. Shockingly, the court officers, not noticing that they were 2 inmates short, kept loading the bus with more prisoners. Oblivious that 2 prisoners were under the bus instead of inside of it, the bus pulled out onto the streets. A few minutes later, it stopped at a red light when, somehow managing to unshackle herself, Morrissey was seen running away from the scene. However, a local private...
In November 2012,
Cornelius Devers sued Wells Fargo because there was a dispute over who gets...
However, a local private detective who just happened to pass by noticed Morrissey and chased after her. She was eventually captured and handed over to police.
Within seconds of her escape, Meyer walks the defeated captive back to the courthouse. But nobody at the sheriff's office seems to notice they're missing prisoners.
As for Mobley, she was found hiding in the bushes at the side of the freeway. The escape attempt had left her with a broken back, and she was sent to the hospital. After the dust settled, both women were charged with felony escape. While Tracy Mobley and Mary Morrissey risked their lives for freedom, what happens when a defendant casually walks out of court? Like in the case of Joey Watts, who's on trial at the Grant County Courthouse in Arkansas for threatening to kill a woman. Facing charges of aggravated assault and felony possession of a firearm, Watts is seen sitting beside his attorney while the jury went inside to deliberate his case. The prosecutor was chatting with some women while the court clerk seemed busy on her phone. However, with no court officers in sight, Watts got up and casually strolled out of the courtroom. Once out the door, he coolly went down the stairs. Watts then said something to his family member sitting in the hallway before quickening up his pace and exiting through the main door. As soon as he stepped out, Watts took off. Taking no chances, Watts began to run for his freedom.
He's seen walking down the street and he's gone. All the while, the jury was still in court.
While Watts was busy escaping, back inside the court, the jury found him guilty of all charges. Watts' freedom was short-lived, as he was arrested the next day. Chief Deputy Pete Roberts said Watts was out on bond, which allowed him to walk around the courtroom freely.
That he was not in custody, he wasn't, an inmate or anything, and that allowed him the freedom to move around throughout the courthouse.
He also said a court officer was not present that day due to a staff shortage.
The circuit court's in the process of hiring a new bailiff to prevent that, but they haven't got that done yet.
Eventually, it turned out that two other people had helped Watts escape, including his brother, who was sitting behind him in the courtroom. As soon as Watts exited the court, his brother signaled the other guy, and the two got up and left. Ultimately, Watts was sentenced to 36 years in prison, 10 years for the attack, and 26 years for gun possession. While Joey Watts' escape seemed pretty chill and casual, what happens when an entire family is involved in a breakout? Like in the case of Dwayne Cheney, who's on a murder trial in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. According to reports, 25-year-old Cheney was accused of shooting and killing Michael Prescott in 2015 after the two got into an altercation over a girl. At his trial, Cheney was allowed to walk freely inside the building as he had a GPS tracker attached to his ankle. During the break, CCTV cameras showed Cheney with his girlfriend Zuri London. After a conversation, the two seemed to go their separate ways. Next, Cheney was seen having a deep discussion with his father, Frank Kiles. The two then exited the hallway. Minutes later, London reappeared. She seemed to be talking to someone on her cell phone. Suddenly, London ran because Cheney had already left the building with his father in an attempt to escape. As the father-son duo casually strolled the streets, London joined them. Then a white van pulled up and all three got inside. The driver of the vehicle was later identified to be Cheney's mother, Florigenia. Once inside, Cheney removed his GPS tracker, threw it out of the car, and sped away to his freedom. Or so he thought. Back in court, Cheney's trial continued without him, and eventually he was convicted of murder. 4 days later, U.S. Marshals caught Cheney hiding in a trash can not far from the courthouse. He was slapped with an additional charge of bail jumping. Ultimately, Cheney was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for killing Michael Prescott. As for his escape crew, they were all charged with felony bail jumping as parties to the crime and obstructing an officer. While Dwayne Cheney had an eventful escape attempt, what happens when a loyal friend helps a convict? This is 21-year-old Callum Finter, who was at the Bradford Youth Court in the UK to support his friend, who is currently facing sentencing. His 17-year-old friend was just handed a 21-week jail term for stealing a cell phone, but Finter had other ideas. As Finter stood outside the courtroom, notice how he pressed a button that flung open an automatic door that allowed his friend to escape. Not only did he facilitate the escape, but Finter also cheered his friend on as he ran. Before anyone realized what was happening, the teenager exited the hallway and took off through the security checkpoint.
Paying your bills on time raises your credit score, right?
These people are amazing.
In fact, this is one of the 3 major credit score lies you're being told by the...
As 4 officers ran after his friend, Finter followed close behind. The phone bandit sprinted out of the courtroom, and eventually, the officers lost him and gave up the chase. Finter showed up from behind and casually walked past the officers, who were unaware of what he had just done. However, the escape was short-lived, as officers caught the teenage thief 2 days later. He was given 6 months extra jail time for the escape. As for Finter, he pleaded guilty to aiding and abetting his friend's escape and was sentenced to 3 months in prison. While Callum Finter went to jail to help his friend escape, what happens when a convict jumps off from the 2nd floor? With that, we go to Meigs County Courthouse in Decatur, Tennessee, where 33-year-old Rashad Hawkins was just sentenced for failing to pay child support. But the convict was not ready to go to jail. Before he could be taken into custody, Hawkins dipped out of the 2nd floor courtroom and jumped over the balcony. He took a sheer 10-foot drop into the reception below before getting up as if nothing happened and running towards the exit. Moments later, court employees and officers littered the hallway, trying to figure out what just happened. What happened was that Hawkins went on the run, which would last almost 3 weeks. He was finally caught in Harrodsburg, Kentucky, after neighbors reported an unknown man trespassing their property. Hawkins once again ran and fought with police to avoid capture, but was eventually arrested and charged with criminal trespassing, resisting arrest, and 3rd-degree assault of an officer. He's currently being held without bond. While Rashad Hawkins took the leap of faith to escape, what happens when a defendant takes an officer with him?
Just before 2 o'clock, Roan ran from his 2nd floor courtroom, charged the waiting deputy at the exit, knocked him down, and got away.
Like in the case of Corey Roan, who was facing charges of possession of a firearm and resisting arrest in Muskogee, Oklahoma. The 39-year-old had a history of criminal activity and was just ordered by a judge to be taken into custody. But Roan had other ideas. With no security in sight, Roan decided to take matters into his own hands and walked out of the courtroom. He picked up the pace as 3 court employees went right after him. Roan took the stairs to the 1st floor. Still, there was no security in sight. As he made it towards the exit, one deputy attempted to stop Big Roan, but he was no match. The brave deputy grabbed onto Roan's shirt, but the 6'3", 200-and-something-pound defendant took the old man with him as he broke through a metal detector, got into his car, and escaped. A manhunt was launched, but a few days later, Roan turned himself over to the police. Roan was additionally hit with charges of escape and assault and battery. His case is still ongoing. As for the deputy, he suffered head injuries which required hospitalization. Thankfully, he made a full recovery.
Now, Sheriff Simmons tells me that the deputy you saw in the video, though, there was injured and suffered a leg.
While Corey Roan proved to be too strong for authorities, what happens when a defendant is too fast to catch?